green hydrogen from the geothermal power plant. So this is our new venture or new business for upcoming years. So this is who Dipa are. Okay, next slide.
Panas bumi bisa dianalogikan seperti cerek berisi air yang dipanaskan. Inti bumi seperti api yang menyala, batuan rapat seperti permukaan cerek, air yang terkurung batuan seperti air dalam cerek, dan semburan uap air seperti uap air yang keluar dari cerek. Energi panas bumi adalah energi dari fluida dengan suhu dan tekanan sangat tinggi yang bisa dimanfaatkan secara langsung dan tidak langsung. Pemanfaatan tidak langsung panas bumi dilakukan oleh badan usaha dengan izin panas bumi, yang umumnya dibagi dalam 3 tahap. Dimulai dengan kegiatan eksplorasi di wilayah kerja, fluida dengan suhu dan tekanan sangat tinggi diambil menggunakan pipa bor hingga kedalaman 3 km. Di permukaan, fluida tersebut memutar turbin penghasil listrik. Proses ini memiliki 3 keluaran akhir, yaitu listrik dari berputarnya turbin, air yang kembali dimasukkan ke bumi, dan uap air yang dilepaskan ke udara. 3 keluaran tanpa emisi yang membuat panas bumi menjadi sumber energi bersih sepenuhnya.
Next slide. So what is geothermal actually? So basically geothermal is the, next slide. Oil. So geothermal basically only steam. That similar to if we are boiling the water in our pot. So basically that's the same thing. So what we do, firstly we will drill to the ground approximately 2,000 or 3,000 meters depth. To find the heat source, so that we call production well. So from the production well, we will extract the brine or the steam. To later on, we separate the steam from the water. So the hot water and the steam we are separating with the separator. So we call it the vessel, we call it separator. We separate the steam and the hot water. The steam goes to the turbine, and then rolling the turbine, so we utilize the steam to rolling the turbine, and then the turbine will rolling the generator and then generate electricity. We will basically generate the electricity and dispatch the electricity to the grid. The electricity that we use for our daily life. So similar basically with other power plant, but the difference is the heat source is from the earth, from the ground. So if the coal power plant, we purchase the coal and then we burn the coal, and then the coal will hitting the water pot, and then the water pot will become the steam. So basically the same. But our steam is a natural, so we take that steam from the ground. That's why it called geothermal. And then after we separate the steam and the hot water will be injected to the injection well. So other than production well, we will drill another well, also to 2,000 or 3,000 meter depth. And then all that thing come from the earth will be back to the earth. So also the steam that already generating the electricity, we will cool down the steam, and then we convert the steam, we condense the steam into the hot water again. And then we injected the hot water to the injection well. So with this kind of cycle, closed loop cycle, that's make the geothermal is renewable, because we can everlast utilize the heat source from the ground and then we extract the steam as long as we also injecting the hot water to the system. So it will cycling back. So everything goes up, will inject it to the ground. So that's why geothermal considered as the renewable and green energy. Okay, that's the basic concept of geothermal power plant. Okay, next. So this is our portfolio. So basically we have 4 geothermal areas that now we call concession areas. So from the left side is Patuha area, is in West Java right now, 2 hours from this place in Bandung. So currently we are generating 55 megawatt. And then at this moment, we building a new power plant, also 55 megawatts. So on to next 2 years from now, we will have 2 power plant. And then the resource in this area is a 400 megawatts, so quite big. But in the geothermal development, we have to do the development step by step. So we cannot do just like the coal power plant, 100, 600, or 1,000 megawatt. The development of geothermal shall be conducted step by step, because we have to prove the resources are there, and then we simulate. We are try to make the modeling, because perhaps we able to see the Earth from the above, from the outer space, but we cannot see the Earth from the inside, what's inside the Earth. So the only thing that we can do is drill the pipe and then make the assumption based on the scientific approach. So that's the way it is. So also we have the concession area in Central Java. We call it Dieng. Maybe you heard that, one of the highland in Central Java, call it Dieng. So in Dieng, currently Geodipa has 2 operating power plant, one 55 megawatt, and then one other, the small one, 10 megawatt. So basically we operating 65 megawatt there. We currently also develop another 55 megawatt, unit number 2. So in next 2 years, we will operating nearly 200 megawatt in Dieng. Dieng also have a very strong and robust resource, approximately same with the Patuha for 400 megawatt. So basically we able to expand our business and our development up to 400 megawatt each. So Geodipa will, in next 10 years, will have approximately 800 megawatt in operating in Dieng and Patuha. So currently we are also exploring the new territory, the new concession area. We call it Candi Umbul Telomoyo in Semarang. Not too big resource, only 54 megawatt. This is still greenfield, so we have to prove the resources are there. And then also in East Java, we have another concession area called Arjuno Wilerang. Arjuno is the name of the mountain, Mountain Arjuno, and Wilerang also the name of the mountain, Wilerang, yes. It's a volcano area in near Surabaya. So this is quite big resource, 240 approximate resource. So next step of our development will be go to the eastern side of Java Island. So other than that, for concession area, Geodipa also helping the government to exploring the new concession area that later on will be tendered to the prospective developer. Why Geodipa helping the government to do so? Because basically the government has no competencies on how to drill and how to prove the geothermal area. The government only have the ability and the competency right now to do the survey, like a geology survey, geochemistry survey, conducted by so-called Badan Geologi. So that's under the Ministry of Energy. So we have two concession area that currently under the government name, and then the exploration with Geodipa is a Jailolo in the West Halmahera, Maluku, and then also Waisano in the Manggarai Flores Island. So both on the eastern part of Indonesia. So basically, all the geothermal resources in Indonesia spread from the western side, Sumatra Island, to Java Island, and then also to the western side in Sulawesi and also Flores area. So this is our businesses. Right now we have the power plant that operating, and then also we have the power plant that undergo on the development side, on the construction side. And then we also have another power plant that will go on the partnership. So we basically do all the thing together with the investors, with the funders, such as World Bank, ADB, and then also from the Japan, JICA, and another thing. Okay, next. Okay, this is our total employee because this is ILO, so we have to introduce our workforce. So Geodipa has the total employee 382 person. So spread on 4 offices. So in Jakarta, the head office, we have 138 people, and then in the unit, mostly 100 each. So the gender composition, geothermal business is still male-dominated business. So basically, we only have a female employee, only 70 from a total 382. So still a small amount and small percentage of the female workers, only 80%, less than 20%. The employee core position based on the gender, so on the very high rank hierarchy in Geodipa, we have a commissioner that the holding position is a female. So last year we have the CEO female, but unfortunately she has to retire, and then now the CEO is the male. So on the higher rank VP or GM, we have 1 female employee, and then on the managerial mid-level, we have 3 female employee out of 29. In the early managerial level, we have 16 and 7 female. We try to accelerate the fulfillment of the female workers in our company right now. We are trying to boost the female employee, and then we conduct the recruitment right now. So this is Geodipa policy on the recruitment, that we have inclusive recruitment and selection policy. So we also pro-parenting policy and facility. So that's why the female workers still able to do the domestic tasks in our office while they have the children or the infant. Yeah. And then we also have the transparent promotion processes, fair remuneration for both male and female. We have no discrimination on the remuneration. and also we give them equal access to learning and development. So we basically we are establishing this kind of policy to embrace the female workers working with us and then stay with us. Okay, next slide. So how we are fostering the green skill and green workforce, because Geodipa is in the green industry and renewable industry. Of course, that we have to fostering the green skill and green workforce. So what we have now in Geodipa, we have 8 job family that the position and the job family directly contribute to the development, operation, maintenance of the sustainable geothermal system. So basically, how we operate our company, we have these 8 job family, from the planning and businesses, and also geoscience, reservoir and production engineer, planning and construction, asset operation and maintenance, drilling and well intervention, IT, and also human capital. So this is the 8 job family that currently we have. And then the skills on the exploration and resource assessment. So basically the exploration and resource assessment is the very basic on how we conduct the businesses, because we have to know where is the resource and then how big the resource. In order we decide whether we will go to the next level of the investment or no. Because the geothermal investment is quite high. When we drill one well, it will cost us approximately $7 million. So to build 55 megawatt, for example, we have to drill 6 to 8 geothermal production well, and then also adding 2 injection wells. So on a total, we will drill 10 geothermal wells. So if we multiply by 7 or 8 million dollar per well, so only for the drilling we have to spend $80 million. And then after we find the resource, quite different with the oil and gas company. So if oil and gas company, after you drilling the well, and then you will have the oil or the gas, and then you able to sell that, and then or you able to transport that commodity to another place. But in geothermal we cannot. We have to build the power plant in order to convert the energy from the heat or from the thermal to the electricity. So basically we have to develop geothermal in situ, or in the place where the geothermal is found. So basically it's the local energy, and then good for the what you call it, ketahanan energy, and energy resilience in the local area. So we are not, we will not have to import the energy from elsewhere. So that's the advantage of having geothermal in your place or in your country. That's our number 1 skill. And then number 2, how to prove the resource are there, and then how to prove how big the resource is. We have to drill and construct the well. So basically the same situation, the same method and the same approach with the oil and gas drilling, or we drill the water. The difference only the sizing, how big the well are, and then also how deep. Because in geothermal area, we will drill approximately 2,000 up to 3,000 meter depth. So 2 kilometers up to 3 kilometers. And then now in several countries that they have no geothermal resource, for example, in Germany, in China, and also in England, they try to drill deeper up to 5 kilometers in order to find the heat resource. There new kind of technology how to find the geothermal right now. After we drill the well and then we find the resource and we able to extract the geothermal from the depth, we construct the power plant and we operate the power plant. That's our number 3 geothermal skills or green skills. And then afterward, it will just like the utility company, we will maintain and monitoring. And then also the perk of have the geothermal energy, when you're able to drill and then you're able to develop the power plant, the contract with PLN will be 30 years in Indonesia. So the contract will be 30 years and then the resource will be that long we able to extract. And in Indonesia, there is a company that owned by Pertamina. So they already extracted the geothermal resource for 50 years. So on the second cycle. So that's why geothermal considered as the renewable energy. In other part of the world, such as Italy and also New Zealand, there is a geothermal power plant that currently already established 100 years in Italy, Lardarello, and then 60 or 70 years in New Zealand. So basically, when we manage to find the resource, and then we able to extract that resource in a very long time. Our neighbor from Philippines maybe also have the similar situation with Indonesia because Philippines consider in the ring of fire, there is a lot of volcano. And the Philippines are known for the geothermal development and then also have the similar situation with Indonesia. So other skills is environmental management. So because we are a green energy company, so we have to keep our eyes on how we are affecting the environmental. So the perk of the business in geothermal, especially in Indonesia, all the geothermal area is lay on the forestry or on the plantation area. So in order we are surviving this kind of business, we have to reserve and maintaining the green area, the surrounding green area, because we consider that green area as the catchment, a water catchment area. So even though it will not directly affected us, it will affected us in very long time, maybe 5 to 10 years. All the atmospheric water that down from the rain will be absorbed by the land, by the plantation, by the forestry area, and then it will go down to our resource. And then when the water from the above coming down to the heat source of the heat rock, and then it will become our fuel, become our renewable resource. That's why in all the geothermal area, it's important to keep the catchment area, the surrounding green area, especially in Indonesia. So other than we injecting all the thing that coming up and then we utilize and extracting, we will injecting to the ground. We are also have to maintain the surrounding area to keep them green, to keep the forest there, and then to keep the plantation out there, because that's our future resource in geothermal. So we keep our eyes in the environmental management. And then another thing that came up lately, we have to have the skill on the social sustainability and community engagement because this is quite important. Um, Indonesia and also another country right now facing the similar problem on social rejection from the local community on how we develop the geothermal. So the people or the community sometimes seeing that if we are developing the geothermal there, it will make kind of interruption to the living space of the local people. So that's the challenging in the geothermal development right now. Especially in the eastern part of Indonesia, maybe they have no experience on how the geothermal business is setting up, and then they haven't seen the geothermal power plant. They only see that if we are building the geothermal power plant, it will be same with another power plant, or it will be the same with the mining. You extracting from the ground and then you digging and everything. So this is kind of challenge for us. We have to educate the people. We also working together with the government, from the central government, also from the local government, on how to educate the people and then to make them aware that the geothermal is a green energy and Indonesia future energy, because we have to diversify our energy resource, not only depending on coal and also fuel or gases, but we have to know that Indonesia have a very big potential on the geothermal, and then that's our challenges right now. Another thing, we have to have the data analyst, because we are collecting a lot of data. So every time we are conducting the survey, there are data. Every time we're conducting the drilling, there are a lot of amount of data that we are able to recover from the earth. We able to know how the composition of the layers of the soil, and then how the resource will be mapping, because it's everything we have to model the resource, because we cannot see what inside the earth, yeah. So we have to have this data analyst skills. And then the last thing is a learning management and knowledge management. This is also important for us, because in order to keep our business sustained, we have to have this learning management and knowledge management, not only inside Geodipa, but also outside Geodipa, how we are able to have the communication with the university to create the talent, to preparing the talent pool, and also we are working together with the local government and the central government on how to educate people. And also we are now bringing the issue of the geothermal to the earliest stage of education. We are now promoting in the very elementary school on how later on the new generation is aware that Geodipa or Indonesia very have strong position and very have a big resource on how to develop the geothermal energy, and then it will be our future energy to fulfill our energy needs outside a fossil fuel energy. So this is our future. So next, in order to accelerate the geothermal development, especially in Indonesia, the Geodipa cannot able to work by Geodipa self. So we are now working with a lot of multinational financial institution. For example, in our exploration phase, we are working with JICA from Japan. We also working with World Bank and then KFW, all the multinational financial institution. Why? Because we have to utilize, we able to utilize the green fund, the cheap fund that provide for the development of renewable or green energy. So this is kind of helping us to develop our future here in Indonesia. In the exploration side, Geodipa also working with the ADB, Asia Development Bank, to finance our project. So other than the developing our project, this kind of institution also helping Geodipa to shape the future of the social safeguard on how to conduct business, but also have safeguarding the community, the social. They teach us about the business that have the gender approach, the business that has the attachment to the community, how to develop the community and everything, and then the business that have the social licenses that the people from the surrounding area supporting our business. So this kind of approach is kind of new approach because we are not only concentrating in a technical area, but we also expanding the business to the social safeguard. This institution, financial institution, also teach us how to deal with the grievance. Perhaps there are the, what you call it, the complaint from the surrounding people about our project and how our project affecting the local people and the surrounding area. That's also the new thing in Indonesia. So that's why in Geodipa implementing such kind of approach with the help from the World Bank, the KFW, the JICA, and also the ADB, Geodipa able to have the ESG rating quite good. We are managed to have 58 point ESG rating that conducted by the Standard & Poor. And then currently we are number 3, the best in Indonesia. Okay, next. Okay, so along with our future project and then along with our project, there is a lot of job that able to be explored by our new generation, our workforce in Indonesia. So for example, in the exploration area, so we will have a lot of expertise, a lot of talent that we need on how to building the fundamental of the geothermal, such as geologists, biologists, hydrologists, archaeologists, because sometimes on the geothermal side, we find or we have to live side by side with the cultural heritage. For example, in Dieng, our power plant is side by side with the temple. So we have to preserve the temple and then also we have to utilize the geothermal. And then we now establishing the procedure and how to conduct when we are digging something and then we find archaeological site. So we have to divert our position and then to reserve the archaeological site. Or maybe we conduct the archaeological survey prior to the development. That's also important to preserve our culture. And then also we need lawyers, environmental engineer, environmental analyst, and then also social safeguard. In the exploration side, why we need a lot of people from the social safeguard because on the exploration side, sometimes this is the very beginning of the encounter of the geothermal with the local people. So we have to convince them, we have to act like them, we have to conduct the business as the local people wish us to conduct the business, and then how to conduct business ethically, and then still safeguarding the social side. And then afterward, we will have a lot of scientists, geologists, geochemists, geophysicists, GIS specialists, civil engineer, drilling engineers, and everything to prepare the geothermal well. Afterward, we will drilling the well, and then we will have the construction engineer, the drilling engineer, and everyone that have the capability and the skills to drill the geothermal wells. On the exploration side, basically we will have a lot of engineers because we have to build the power plant. The electrical engineer are there, the mechanical engineer are there, the construction engineer are there, and then we require the future talent to fulfill our needs because Geodipa will have a very long list of upcoming projects. On the operation side and then also operation and maintenance, we will have a plant operators of technician. So usually all the geothermal power plant or geothermal company in Indonesia will hire the local people to operate the power plant. So usually we will go to the vocational school or technical school to hire the talent from there, and then we will develop the talent. We will dispatch them to the technical school or some kind like that, and then catch up some certification or license, and then we able to put them as the operators on the power plant. Other side than that, we also have the demand for talent on the enterprise side and then also enabler side, IT, HR, health and safety, management, government relation, accountant, auditor, and everything similar to the usual business. Okay, next slide. So how we are now bridging the skill gap? Because there are always a skill gap in our workforce. So we conduct the strategic workforce planning as usual, and then we also develop the partnership with the people around the world, with the institution around the world. We conduct the strategic partnership with the country that have the flourish experience in developing geothermal, such as Japan, Iceland, and also New Zealand. So now more than 40 Geodipa employee already sent to these three countries to experience the education or skill and advancement. For example, these 5 young ladies, we send them to Iceland and also to New Zealand to have the advancement on skill and education on the geothermal side. So now Geodipa also developing our talent pool with the skill and development program inside and outside Geodipa. We are giving them the scholarship to pursue higher education and also a deeper knowledge on how to conduct business in geothermal. And then also we are very encourage the female workers to do so. That's why we are now prioritizing them to get the scholarship from the New Zealand, from the Icelandic, or from the Japan school or university. This is our approach to keep them with our company, and then also to encourage and then to make the role model for the female to stay in this business, because the geothermal business still kind of male-dominated business. That's our story in GeoDipa. And then currently we are working also with the JET, with the government, the central government. So last year we have the national issue on the local content or TKDN. So there is a regulation from our central government that every time there is a fund from abroad as an investment, must be spent on a local content at the certain percentage. And then when our project funded by the ADB, from the KfW, from the JICA, or from the World Bank, this kind of approach is not allowed, because this kind of a non-competitive thing. So it's considered as the restriction. So in order to help the government to balance on the local content development, and also to attract the investment from the outside Indonesia, so GeoDipa facilitate the government and then help the government to shape the new policy. So last year we able with the help of JET, and then we help with the help of ADB and the World Bank, we able to helping the government to shape the new policy, that when we have a loan from the multi-financial institution or sovereign fund, just like ADB or World Bank, then the local content is not applied. But we are changing the approach with the local preference. So we're still encouraging the project to utilize the local content, but we're shifting on how we are conducting. So it's not a mandatory, but when one or two project utilize more the local content, we will have the incentive. That's kind of new policy that been regulated lately by the government with the help of JET and also promoting by GeoDipa. That's our story, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe this is our last slide, and then we will have the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was really a very, very detailed presentation with so many details about the workforce and the skills required. And I really like your explanation about how companies can support government to adopt the policies to make sure it's creating an enabling environment. So I think we can start with the questions now. Let's start from here.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for your very comprehensive presentation. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Tuti Swartini from KSPI, one of the biggest confederation in Indonesia, affiliated to ITUC. I have two questions, but however, I just acknowledge that the Ministry of Finance also can run a state-owned companies. Okay. The first question is about the operation. as you mentioned that geothermal is considered as a zero emission. But prior to the operation, when you start to, from the survey and the drilling, etc., yeah, the transportation, what kind of energy you use, I think it's still using a fossil fuel. Do you count the emission until the operation and how to compensate that emission, because you said that this is the zero emission. Okay, that's the first question. The second question is about the gender equality in your company. We in Indonesia, we know that I think every state-owned company have by the law, yeah, by regulation, that women and men who work there have the same benefit. But in terms of remuneration, I believe that there is still discrimination, because in Indonesia, women considered as single. Yeah, when they married, they have children, they always consider as single. They pay more tax than men. So, do you have any program to compensate the women so they really have the equal remuneration in your company? Thank you. It's one.
More question and then.
Hi, my name is Satoshi Tama. I'm also from the trade unions, ITUC-AP. I also have the two questions. First one is could you please tell us more about when you have the complaining from the community? How do you solve those complaining from the communities? And also most of the suitable locations, of course, geothermal energy, you have to develop the energy source near the volcanoes. I think most case that located in the national park or nature reserves, when the best suitable location is located in the national park, or how deal with the government? That's the first question. And the second question, so your company, total number of employees, 382. Each power plant hire approximately 100. Comparing with the coal-fired power plant, that number of the workers is more or less, and also I'd like to know the wage level of your company.
Okay. We answer the question first, or okay, answer the question first. Okay. So yes, that geothermal is the zero emitting the carbon when we are on the operating phase. But when we develop, we still utilizing the fossil fuel to set up everything for transportation, for drilling and everything. But we try to minimize the carbon footprint. So we have the regulation, we call it CSMS, Contractor Safety Management System. So on that system, we require all the people or the contractors that work with Geodipa to have similar approach on how to minimize the carbon footprint. That's number one. And also comparing to other power plant, geothermal footprint on how we utilizing the land and then we cutting the tree comparing to other power plant, geothermal using less land. So in these two approach, showing that even though that we are still emitting the carbon, but we try to minimize the carbon footprint from the very beginning of the project. And then when the project are there, when we operating and then we able to generate the electricity, yes, geothermal is the one of the power plant that not emitting any carbon footprint. And then the purpose on having the geothermal power plant, we able to trade our carbon reduce on the market with the carbon trading or with the renewable energy certificate and everything. So basically, we able to compensate all the thing from the very beginning, Bu. That's number one. And then number two, about the gender equality and the pay gap. Yes, even though on the tax payment side, the woman considered as the single, but in our company policy, when you are married and have the husband or spouse or children, we still manage to give them the health benefit program. So the woman also able to pay for the husband or the spouse and then also 3 children. So they are not considered as a single, Bu. That's one our policy on how to have the equal pay on our company. And also on how we give the remuneration, there is no discrimination between male and female. Number two, we also make an approach on giving the maternity leave longer than the required by the government. Now we are have the 6-month maternity leave for a working mother, and then also when they are finish the maternity leave and then they have to come back to the office, we have kind of what you call it, the on-off period. So during the early 4 weeks, when they coming back to work after maternity leave, we give them like a acclimatization period. So, for example, in the first week, they only have to go to the office 1 day, and then other 4 days they able to conduct work from home, and then the second week 2 days, and then 3 days work from home. The next week 3 days at the office, and then 2 days work from home, and then the fourth week 4 days at the office and then 1 day work from home. So later on the 5th week, they have to attend the office on a full day. So that's kind of journey that giving them the flexibility on how to manage the work after maternity leave. That's the example on how we are conducting the gender issue in our company, Bu. That's two answers. And then how we are addressing complaint from the community. Geodipa now establishing a grievance redress mechanism or GRM On our website, there is a complaint section that the local people able to complain about our project, and then we will address all the thing as the complaint on the redress mechanism, grievance redress mechanism, and then we have to solve all the thing with the community. But prior to every project in GeoDipa, we will conducting like a social mapping and the stakeholders mapping in order to know how the society are seeing the project. And then we working on that. We are trying to cope all the interests because the community interest to the project kind of different. We are addressing the vulnerable groups in every community, such as affected women, children, and then also the oldest and disability and everything. So in all those groups, we have the different approach, and then also have a different way on how we are communicating and addressing our issue with them. Basically, what we offering the mutual symbiosis with them. So we able to establish our project there, and then they able to get direct advantage or indirect advantage from our project. So the affecting people not only sees as the victim of the project, but also have the connectedness with the project in the way they have the interest, because different groups have different interests, and we working on that very specific level. On the forestry area, yes, there is a category from the national park, production forest, restriction forest, conservational forest, and everything. One of the bottleneck in Indonesia, the geothermal development, yes, because most of our geothermal concession area that declared by the government lay on the forestry area. And then those two regulations sometimes contradictive, because the Minister of Energy declared this is the concession area, you able to conduct everything and then to extract the geothermal, but when the forestry regulation saying another thing. That's why we are now working together with the government also to synchronize the regulation between the geothermal and also with the forestry area. For example, in our concession area in East Java, Gunung Arjuno Wilerang, our concession area lay on the conservational forest. So based on the regulation, we have to convert the status of the forest to the lower rank in order for us to able to conduct something there. And then we working on that. Sometimes, not sometimes, we have to conduct the study, for example, biodiversity, and also spatial and everything. We have to have the public consultation and everything in order to change the status of the forestry area. It took a while for us. For example, in our previous experience, in order to us to convert and then to have the license to work on the forestry area, it took like 3 years or 4 years to obtain the permit. So kind of long journey on that part, but there's still the bottleneck in the regulation in our country. So employee, comparing to other power plant, basically kind of similar. So in 1 megawatt, 1 employee per 1 megawatt. That's kind of similar during the operational. But during the development, there is a difference between geothermal and other power plant. Because in other power plant, the focus only building the power plant. But in geothermal, the focus is to drilling the well and also building the power plant. So on those stage, we will absorb more manpower during development side. That's the answer, Pak. Thank you. During the construction, maybe similar.
Thank you very much. You can...
Iya. Izin Pak, tapi saya harus menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Iya. Sebenarnya dari kegiatan sebelumnya, bahkan dari kemarin, juga sebenarnya memang dari sisi kebijakan pemerintah, kemudian bicara soal transisi energi, berapa kegiatan yang saya ikuti memang tidak berbicara banyak terkait dengan dampak sosial dari kegiatan dari transisi energi. Nah, mungkin perkenalkan, nama saya Duan, saya dari Aliansi Masyarakat Adat Nusantara, sebuah organisasi yang konsen memperjuangkan hak masyarakat adat dan juga melakukan pendampingan secara khusus. Mungkin untuk peserta satu-satunya di ruangan ini, saya dari Kalimantan Timur yang diundang oleh teman saya dari kawan-kawan ILO. Nah, di sini saya sebenarnya banyak mencatat dari kemarin ya kegiatan baik dari perspektif pemerintah dan juga beberapa peserta narasumber juga seperti tidak ada berbicara terkait dampak lingkungan, kemudian yang dibicarakan hampir banyak bicara terkait dengan mekanisme bisnis, kemudian terkait dengan ketenaga kerjaan dan dampak. Adapun bicara terkait dengan kelompok perempuan. Nah, oleh sebab itu juga terkait dengan yang disampaikan dari pihak Dipa, sebenarnya saya juga ingin menyampaikan kepada peserta bahwa kami juga mencatat banyak masalah yang terjadi khususnya di Indonesia ya, khususnya di masyarakat adat gitu ya. Misalnya kalau kebicara terkait geothermal gitu ya, ada di Focoleok misalnya, itu juga di komunitas anggota aman juga mengalami masalah dengan perusahaan. Kemudian kalau secara hukum ada 3 orang yang dikriminalisasi, kemudian ada pemaksaan-pemaksaan yang terjadi, bahkan juga kita temukan, silakan teman-teman share di Google, banyak sebenarnya masalah-masalah lingkungan yang berhadapan langsung dengan. Nah, kemudian kalau kita melihat dari perspektif kebijakan pemerintah, apalagi setelah ada Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja Omnibus Law, banyak pembangkit listrik yang kita sebenarnya setuju dengan skema transisi energi dari perspektif masyarakat adat gitu. Mengurangi emisi, kemudian sama seperti tujuan internasional gitu ya, untuk menghentikan deforestasi gitu ya, perubahan iklim dan krisis lingkungan terhadap planet bumi gitu. Tapi nyatanya kalau kita lihat dari justru ada 2 hal yang terjadi khususnya di Indonesia itu adalah kalau dari perspektif kami adalah sebenarnya transisi ekonomi dan transisi ekonomi yang sebenarnya tidak untuk mencegah deforestasi, tidak untuk mencegah, justru membuka atau memperluas lahan gitu ya, pembukaan lahan baru. Contoh misalnya geothermal juga tentu tadi disampaikan ada banyak di kawasan hutan gitu ya, tentu pembukaan lahan, kemudian dampak yang sangat besar juga terhadap masyarakat, terhadap ekonomi masyarakat. Nah sementara dalam konteks pemerintah bicaranya hanya soal transisi ekonomi yang menguntungkan ke pekerja, kemudian harus bicara memperhatikan pekerja, harus memperhatikan pelaku usaha. Kemudian yang kami temukan juga sebenarnya kalau kita bisa sharing gitu ya, banyak kemudian perusahaan misalnya banyak melakukan program di suatu wilayah tidak menggunakan efik gitu ya, karena tadi ada kebijakan bahwa perusahaan boleh menggusur dulu, membuka lahan dan seterusnya, dan izin lingkungannya menyusul. Nah itu juga sebenarnya menjadi masalah besar khususnya di Indonesia gitu ya. Sementara ada mekanisme yang sebenarnya secara internasional gitu ya, yang dideklarasikan oleh PBB yang selalu dipegang oleh masyarakat adat itu efik ya. Misalnya free, prior, and informed consent gitu ya, persetujuan tanpa paksaan. Nah di Indonesia hampir ini tidak pernah dilaksanakan gitu ya, dilakukan secara sepihak, kemudian jika ada protes dari masyarakat adat gitu ya, pasti dikriminalisasi. Contohnya termasuk Dipa yang ada di Pocoleok ya, Pocoleok di NTT. Nah ini juga sebenarnya kami mencatat ada 3 orang yang masyarakat adat dikriminalisasi, bahkan 1 wartawan yang meliput aksi-aksi masyarakat justru ditangkap. Nah ini juga bisa nanti dijelaskan bagaimana mekanisme Geodipa ini untuk mengatasi masalah-masalah yang terjadi khususnya di proyeknya. Juga sebenarnya kami temukan juga banyak di kegagalan-kegagalan dari geothermal ini, misalnya penggaliannya gagal hingga menyebabkan orang meninggal, pekerja-pekerja meninggal karena gas beracun dan seterusnya. Sebenarnya itu juga menjadi perhatian. Mungkin sekian, terima kasih.
Should I continue or you answer the question first? Sorry, I'm here. Yeah. Should I continue? Yes. It is interesting to hear the renewable energy you produce, and it's really interesting. And Thailand, we are interesting and currently deploying this, replacing this renewable energy. But my personal concern is, my question is a little bit technical. I wonder, you have said that is it renewable, but I wonder how long water drills or the production plant lasts for. Do we have to exploration and relocate to another plant, or it lasts long forever? Or how you have said that it has a high cost, but what is the advantages beside another renewable energy like the solar or the power plant or the wind thermal? How is its benefit, like low cost of maintenance? And it's good that you have a inclusive plan, like gender inclusiveness or the capacity building for all of the technician or skill worker. But what is the plan of hiring transferring the workers from the coal mine or some coal production plant to this? How can you train the massive worker into this? Yes, this is my question. Thank you.
Oke, thank you. Dari Aman ya Pak. Oke, Pocoleok itu bukan proyek kami Pak, itu proyek PLN. So different company. Tapi apa yang bisa kami share seperti ini Pak. Jadi itu tadi betul Pak. There is so basically on how Geodipa conducting business, we have comply because we are funded by, for example, World Bank, ADB, and the multinational financial institution. We have to comply with the ESS standard. So ESS standard mean environmental and social standard. So this ESS standard consists of 10 standards. 3 of them have the relationship with the indigenous people. So the first one is about indigenous people and the local communities. And then there is a regulation on how we conduct the business when there are affecting community considered as indigenous people or masyarakat adat in Indonesia. So there's kind of different approach in how we conducting the business. For example, in our project in Waisano is very near to Labuan Bajo in the Flores Island, also near to the PLN project Pocoleok. When we are conducting the social mapping at the very beginning of the project, we are finding that there is several indigenous people or masyarakat adat there. So in order for us to have the social license to operate or social license to construct the project, we are consulting with the people there on the way that the people conducting the previous life, in that site. So we have to conduct the business in the manner how the customary there are conducted. So and then we are write down, and then we are what you call it? We are declaring that in our project there are indigenous people. So we must take the special approach on how to approaching with the indigenous people. For example, if we are taking the land from them, or we are if there is a land acquisition, mostly it will be different with the land that owned by the personnel or a person, or the land that owned by the community or the indigenous people, because there are different kind of approach and different kind of regulation, on the customary regulation. On the way that we are making the project there, Pak, betul bahwa masyarakat adat tetap diperhatikan. Jadi when we are utilizing the funding from the ADB or the World Bank, the indigenous people and then also local communities shall be at our first priority. Number 2, when we are talking about indigenous people, sometimes we are talking about the land acquisition. And then there is a regulation on how to make the land acquisition also involuntary resettlement. So we cannot take their land for free. So they have to give us consent to voluntary resettle from the land. And then how to compensate is kind of different. When you compensate to the what you call it, to the land owned by a person, and then the land owned by the community or several people as the masyarakat adat or indigenous people, there is two kind of different mechanism, Pak. Contohnya kalau di Flores itu saya lupa pakai mekanisme apa gitu. Ada mekanisme adatnya. There is a certain customary mechanism on how to compensate. So in Geodipa conducting our business and our project, we have to follow that kind of rules, customary rules, and it's written on our ESS. So basically, on that specific level, we are conducting the approach with the local people and local community. And also about the involuntary resettlement is highly prohibited for us to make involuntary resettlement. And then if we are requiring the land and then we have to have the land acquisition, we have to conduct the socialization, we have to conduct the public consultation, and then we have to convince them to voluntarily resettle. And then afterward, we have to prepare kind of resettlement area, the new resettlement area for them to move from one area to another area, to the safest area. And then that's the regulation that we have to follow. That's the second thing. And then the third thing, we also have to manage the consultation and the grievance mechanism, Pak. So the consultation itu prior the project, the grievance mechanism during the project or after the project if the people there have a complaint to us. And then we have to resolve every issue on the grievance redress mechanism. In our project with the government in the eastern part of Indonesia, in the Jailolo, in the northern Maluku, and then also in the Flores Island, we are declaring on the very first of the project that there are indigenous people affected. So we have to put the local customary method how to resolve everything with them. For example, in the Maluku area, there is a sultanate or king, ya, sultan, ya, Sultan Ternate, Sultan Tidore. There is indigenous people, and then the way we are solving the problem with them is kind of different with solving the problem with the formal institution like village, like sub-village, or kecamatan or kelurahan. So from the very beginning we have to declare, Pak, about indigenous people, and then on how to address all the issues, we establish the customary what you call it, customary method, ya, or approach based on the custom in that area. That's our approach, Pak. Terima kasih, Pak, masukannya. Nanti mungkin kita bisa bekerja sama dengan teman-teman aman on how we are approaching the indigenous people dan masyarakat adat di Indonesia. Terima kasih. And then about the renewable energy comparing to other geothermal comparing to other renewable energy. So geothermal considered as the baseload renewable energy. What the baseload mean? So on the electricity grid system, the perk of having geothermal is you will have the electricity 24 hours, 7 days a week, and then during the whole year. That's what we call baseload. So comparing to the solar panel or to the wind or to the current or another renewable energy, they have the pattern of intermittent. For example, the solar panel, they only produce the electricity during day. And then during night, whoever on the grid, the power plant, like in Indonesia is a PLN, they have to compensate from another energy. So basically, when you build the solar panel power plant, for example, 2 megawatt, so the national electricity company or the grid have to have a similar number of power plant to compensate when the solar power plant is off during the night. So basically, we have to build 2 power plant. So that's the disadvantage of solar and also wind. Wind, for example, in the certain part of the world, maybe the wind able to produce the energy a whole day, but it's seasonal. Maybe when the high wind season, it will be picking the produce, but on the low wind season, it will reduce. So it's also intermittent. So that's the problem. Geothermal offering the solution that we able to dispatch the electricity on a baseload capacity. Baseload means every day, without concern of any fluctuation or intermittent because of the condition of the weather, condition of the sun, or etc. Because the resource is from the core of the earth, from the magmatic core. So it's kind of everlasting. Not everlasting. As long as the earth still rotating and the heat and the core of the earth still producing the heat, so the geothermal energy are there, basically like that. So that's kind of perk. And then other two, the consumption of land. So the consumption of land, the opening of the land for the geothermal is considered as the lowest among other power plant. For example, if you are building the solar farm, you have to utilize a lot of land, yeah, because you have to put the solar cell in a very large land consumption. Different in Nevada maybe because the solar farm is on the desert when there are nobody there. But in a dense population like Indonesia, you have to take the land from the people. So that's kind of different with geothermal. We only utilize a small amount of land because our size of the geothermal well is quite simple. Yeah, we only need 100 by 100 for one well pad. So one well pad sometimes consider 2 or 3 wells, even more if we are taking the picture in the Philippines. In one area, they have to drill the well. They able to drill the well.
Some of the world's major geothermal projects. And we Filipinos have much to learn from our Indonesian colleagues, as much as you can learn from us. All right, Indonesian colleagues, as much as you can learn from us. All right, I have only 3 short questions here, all talking about employment. The first question is, you mentioned a while ago about Dipa employed around less than 400 employees. Are they all permanent employees, or do they occupy all permanent positions? The second question is that, a major selling point of a geothermal project is that they are typically located in rural countryside. So my question is that on the around 400 employees, are they all locally hired? Or do you get workers from other regions in Indonesia? Or if a position requires a highly specialized skill, do you hire foreign workers? And then the third one would be, yesterday we learned that Indonesia has a deadline for coal retirement, 2060. So Can geothermal companies like Dipa absorb workforce coming from coal mining, coal plants? Will it require significant reskilling? You know, considering the skills and just transition that we are talking about. So 3 questions about employment.
Thank you very much. Maybe we'll take another questions before answering.
Yes, good morning. I'm Helen from the Federation of Free Workers from the Philippines. Thank you very much for your presentation. I learned a lot actually. And my question is related to occupational safety and health. So what are the common accidents or disease that can be experienced by the workers in a geothermal plant? And what are the measures to avoid or prevent these accidents? I'm sure do you have a zero accident kind of policy also? So how do we ensure that in geothermal plants? Thank you.
Okay, I'm trying to answer all those questions. So Geodipa employee is on a permanent site and also direct contract. So on the operating power plant, mostly permanent employee. But on the project side, mostly direct contract based on the duration of the project or development. So that's the number one. You are right. That's most of the geothermal power plant in Indonesia, also in the Philippines, laying on the rural area. Yeah. So yes, we have the policy of the local recruitment. So on the permanent job, basically we will hire from the local for the power plant operator. Because it's easy to develop and build the talent. So we only need to go to the vocational school there, and then we obtain some of the graduate from them, and then sending them for a training like a 6 month or 12 month prior to the completeness or prior to the COD. And then when the power plant are there and ready to operate, the operators also ready. That's the typical situation on how we are locally hire the permanent employee. But for the other workers, sometimes we have the perimeters. So ring, the nearest ring, the outer ring, or the outer ring. So there is a percentage how to fulfill the employee. For example, the first ring or the inner ring is like 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers from the project. That's considered the direct affecting people. So we have to hire certain percentage of the labor from the or the employee from this particular area. So during our project, when we are also need the unskilled labor or semi-skilled labor, sometimes it's easier to recruit from the inner ring or the ring 1 area. But when we talk about skilled labor or skill like when we are construct the power plant or we drill, sometimes there is a certain certification that have to obtain, certain competency that have to be fulfilled, and then we cannot fulfill all the thing from the local area. So our policy is to hire from wherever it is. Yeah, but still there is a percentage. We cannot hire all from local, but we also cannot hire all from the outside the area. I'm forget about the percentage, but there is a certain percentage that we have to fulfill. Yeah, we also have the foreigners in our project, especially on the drilling phase and also on the power plant construction phase. But when we operating the power plant, 100% local. For early coal power plant early retirement, yes, there will be a shifting workforce, yeah, from the coal to the another power plant. So basically, when you operate the power plant, there is a similarity to operate geothermal power plant and operate the coal power plant. We're able to absorb, yes, but on a scale quite different. For example, like this, geothermal power plant is built on a step-by-step approach. For example, 60 megawatt or 100 megawatt. Yeah. But coal power plant able to produce, let's say, 1,000 megawatt. So it's quite kind of big power plant. So when we put the coal power plant on a early retirement program, then the grid will have to lose the power up to, for example, 1,000 megawatt. That's quite a big chunk, yeah, on our system. And then how to compensate with the geothermal is kind of a long way journey, because we able to develop small by small megawatt, 100 by 100 by 100. So to replacing one coal power plant that, for example, 1,000 megawatt, so we have to build like 10 to 12 geothermal power plant in that areas. So it's kind of difficult right now, yeah, to do so. But I don't know whether the government has the strategy on how to solve that kind of problem right now. Yeah. But yes, on the workforce side, we're able to absorb on a certain level, yeah, on a certain job, yeah, not all the thing. Yeah. And then for the health and safety, yes, Bu. So we have safe health and security policy in our company. And then the most accident in the geothermal area is because one gas that named H2S. H2S, let me, H2S gas. Hydrogen sulfide. Yeah, that's kind of little gas, and then during the drilling or during the opening of the well, sometimes this gas accumulated at the surface, and then how to prevent these gases become lethal, we have to manage on the level of the gas. So, for example, if we shut the geothermal well, then the gas will accumulate it at the wellhead. And then on a certain level of the accumulation of the gas, it will be little. But if you are open the well little by little and then spread the gas little by little, it will be safe. It will be safe. And then the first approach. And then the second approach, we put the blowers, the big fan to blow the gas. It's mean if the gas concentrated in one area, it will be little. But if the gas diverse, yeah, and then the spreading area is quite big, then the concentrate of the gas will be lower. That's quite safe. So that's one of the standard and the approach when we are conducting the work at the power plant area or at the well pad area where the gas are there. That's the common accident in geothermal area. Recently, in one of the geothermal power plant in Indonesia, there is a casualties, fatalities from the surrounding community people because the concentration of the H2S gases. That's our problem right now. The measurement on how we are conducting the health and the safety, we have a lot of standard of measurement. From the very beginning of the slide, we are explaining that Dipa received several awards on the health and safety, and we have almost 2 million safe man-hour safety hour, yeah. So that's our approach on how to deal with the safety, yeah. Maybe that's our answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the questions and answers. I'm afraid we have to close the session because we're running behind the schedule. So we will have a short break now to allow me to breathe as well. And yeah, we will continue later after 15 minutes. Thank you. A big applause.
Affordable renewable electricity. The global coal demand will most likely peak in the mid-2020s. The reduced competitiveness of coal plants will add to the volatility of coal prices. This will affect exporting countries like Indonesia, especially the coal-producing regions like South Sumatra and East Kalimantan. Meanwhile, international support for Indonesia's energy transition has been gaining traction, indicating the global momentum for this shift. The Just Energy Transition Partnership is a commitment from developed nations for Indonesia to mobilize $21.5 billion in funding to facilitate a just transition to clean energy, including provisions for the early retirement of coal power plants. As the transition continues, coal production will be scaled down. This means lower revenues for mining companies and potential job losses for workers across the supply chain, from mining operations to transportation and coal power plants. Without government support, this could have further knock-on effects for local communities. For example, to find new jobs, coal workers and their families might have to relocate. Local businesses, including those in hospitality, catering, and informal sectors, could lose customers as people seek jobs elsewhere. The coal transition will affect men and women differently. Women, who tend to work in the informal sector with fewer social protections, will be particularly vulnerable when coal mines close. In coal-producing provinces, the decline of the coal industry, a significant contributor to regional income, could undermine the government's ability in providing basic services such as integrated health posts, especially crucial for mothers and children. Young people may be affected disproportionately in the long term as job opportunities decline in the region. Finally, renewables and critical mineral mining projects might result in land conflicts with customary communities. But it doesn't have to be this way. A solution to the situation is economic diversification. What exactly is economic diversification? And how does it contribute to the just in just energy transition. Economic diversification involves identifying and developing alternative industries to coal. It also includes supporting small and medium-sized businesses and connecting local supply with local demand to strengthen the economy and reduce reliance on foreign markets. Economic diversification is key to achieving justice in the energy transition by mitigating its potential negative impacts, such as job losses and reduced national income. Some coal companies are already anticipating the clean energy future by investing in diversification into non-coal businesses, including renewables and critical minerals for energy transition. But some of these industries don't absorb as many workers as coal, so governments at all levels aim to support alternative sectors and ensure a just energy transition. In order to achieve a fair transition, we must address several challenges. First, there is a lack of awareness and preparation for the transition. Second, national regulations are inconsistent and vague, discouraging investors from developing renewables. Additionally, people have a better understanding of this topic. Potential unemployment should be addressed with reskilling and training programs. For example, in government training centers to support laid-off coal workers and those indirectly affected, including women and informal workers. This will allow coal regions to diversify local economies and create jobs in alternative sectors to ensure the well-being of the community when coal sector jobs decline. In addition, the national government should co-create energy transition projects with local communities and governments. A dedicated financial mechanism can further help coal-reliant regions prepare for the transition. Such support could come from coal companies through investments with a focus on environmental factors, social responsibility, and good governance or ESG, for funding retraining for miners, empowering women's businesses, and improving social infrastructure such as schools and hospitals, among others. Indonesia plans to close all coal plants to reach net zero by 2060. While this might sound far in the future, just transition measures are needed now to ensure that no one is left behind. As coal plants close, we must reskill coal workers, boost new industries, support local businesses, and invest in clean energy. This will create decent jobs and a greener future for all. Now is the time to begin. Coal production has contributed to Indonesia's economic growth for many years, providing revenue, creating jobs, and supporting infrastructure development. But times are changing, and reliance on coal has proven to bring economic and environmental risks. The coal sector has led to the clearing of previously lush forested areas, worsened climate change, and brought negative impacts for the environment and health, including land and air pollution and frequent flooding. Moreover, the loss of biodiversity and failed land rehabilitation after a mine closes also hurts local farmers and fishers. Here's another catch. We also need to avoid reliance on the coal economy, which comes with some risks. Coal prices fluctuate based on global demand. Low prices often lead to pauses in production, resulting in layoffs, business closures, and unemployment. The global transition to cleaner energy will intensify coal price fluctuations and pose a more painful economic blow. So, when will the coal transition happen? At the COP28 Climate Summit in 2023, nearly 200 countries committed to transitioning away from fossil fuels, tripling renewable power capacity, and accelerating just energy transitions. Indonesia has also pledged to reach net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner, and to phase out unabated coal power by 2050. The shift away from coal to clean energy is inevitable, Some countries are already ramping up their production of the increasingly affordable renewable electricity. The global coal demand will most likely peak in the mid-2020s. The reduced competitiveness of coal plants will add to the volatility of coal prices. This will affect exporting countries like Indonesia, especially the coal-producing regions like South Sumatra and East Kalimantan. Meanwhile, international support for Indonesia's energy transition has been gaining traction, indicating the global momentum for this shift. The Just Energy Transition Partnership is a commitment from developed nations for Indonesia to mobilize $21.5 billion in funding to facilitate a just transition to clean energy, including provisions for the early retirement of coal power plants. As the transition continues, coal production will be scaled down. This means lower revenues for mining companies and potential job losses for workers across the supply chain, from mining operations to transportation and coal power plants. Without government support, this could have further knock-on effects for local communities. For example, to find new jobs, coal workers and their families might have to relocate. Local businesses, including those in hospitality, catering, and informal sectors, could lose customers as people seek jobs elsewhere. The coal transition will affect men and women differently. Women, who tend to work in the informal sector with fewer social protections, will be particularly vulnerable when coal mines close. In coal-producing provinces, the decline of the coal industry, a significant contributor to regional income, could undermine the government's ability in providing basic services such as integrated health posts, especially crucial for mothers and children. Young people may be affected disproportionately in the long term as job opportunities decline in the region. Finally, renewables and critical mineral mining projects might result in land conflicts with customary communities. But it doesn't have to be this way. A solution to the situation is economic diversification. What exactly is economic diversification? And how does it contribute to the just energy transition? Economic diversification involves identifying and developing alternative industries to coal. It also includes supporting small and medium-sized businesses and connecting local supply with local demand to strengthen the economy and reduce reliance on foreign markets. Economic diversification is key to achieving justice in the energy transition by mitigating its potential negative impacts, such as job losses and reduced national income. Some coal companies are already anticipating the clean energy future by investing in diversification into non-coal businesses, including renewables and critical minerals for energy transition. But some of these industries don't absorb as many workers as coal, so governments at all levels must step in to support alternative sectors and ensure a just energy transition. In order to achieve a fair transition, we must address several challenges. First, there is a lack of awareness and preparation for the transition. Second, national regulations are inconsistent and vague, discouraging investors from developing renewables. Additionally, local governments face challenges in energy planning due to limited authority, limited budget, and lack of specific policies at the district level. To overcome these challenges, first and foremost, we need to raise awareness of just energy transition so that people have a better understanding of this topic. Potential unemployment should be addressed with reskilling and training programs. For example, in government training centers to support laid-off coal workers and those indirectly affected, including women and informal workers. This will allow coal regions to diversify local economies and create jobs in alternative sectors to ensure the well-being of the community when coal sector jobs decline. In addition, the national government should co-create energy transition projects with local communities and governments. A dedicated financial mechanism can further help coal-reliant regions prepare for the transition. Such support could come from coal companies through investments with a focus on environmental factors, social responsibility, and good governance or ESG, for funding retraining for miners, empowering women's businesses, and improving social infrastructure such as schools and hospitals, among others. Indonesia plans to close all coal plants to reach net zero by 2060. While this might sound far in the future, just transition measures are needed now to ensure that no one is left behind. As coal plants close, we must reskill coal workers, boost new industries, support local businesses, and invest in clean energy. This will create decent jobs and a greener future for all. Now is the time to begin. Coal production has contributed to Indonesia's economic growth for many years, providing revenue, creating jobs, and supporting infrastructure development. But times are changing, and reliance on coal has proven to bring economic and environmental risks. The coal sector has led to the clearing of previously lush forested areas, worsened climate change, and brought negative impacts for the environment and health, including land and air pollution and frequent flooding. Moreover, the loss of biodiversity and failed land rehabilitation after a mine closes also hurts local farmers and fishers. Here's another catch. We also need to avoid reliance on the coal economy, which comes with some risks. Coal prices fluctuate based on global demand. Low prices often lead to pauses in production, resulting in layoffs, business closures, and unemployment. The global transition to cleaner energy will intensify coal price fluctuations and pose a more painful economic blow. So, when will the coal transition happen? At the COP28 Climate Summit in 2023, nearly 200 countries committed to transitioning away from fossil fuels, tripling renewable power capacity, and accelerating just energy transitions. Indonesia has also pledged to reach net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner, and to phase out unabated coal power by 2050. The shift away from coal to clean energy is inevitable. Some countries are already ramping up their production of the increasingly affordable renewable electricity. The global coal demand will most likely peak in the mid-2020s. The reduced competitiveness of coal plants will add to the volatility of coal prices. This will affect exporting countries like Indonesia, especially the coal-producing regions like South Sumatra and East Kalimantan. Meanwhile, international support for Indonesia's energy transition has been gaining traction, indicating the global momentum for this shift. The Just Energy Transition Partnership is a commitment from developed nations for Indonesia to mobilize $21.5 billion in funding to facilitate a just transition to clean energy, including provisions for the early retirement of coal power plants. As the transition continues, coal production will be scaled down. This means lower revenues for mining companies and potential job losses for workers across the supply chain, from mining operations to transportation and coal power plants. Without government support, this could have further knock-on effects for local communities. For example, to find new jobs, coal workers and their families might have to relocate. Local businesses, including those in hospitality, catering, and informal sectors, could lose customers as people seek jobs elsewhere. The coal transition will affect men and women differently. Women, who tend to work in the informal sector with fewer social protections, will be particularly vulnerable when coal mines close. In coal-producing provinces, the decline of the coal industry, a significant contributor to regional income, could undermine the government's ability in providing basic services such as integrated health posts, especially crucial for mothers and children. Young people may be affected disproportionately in the long term as job opportunities decline in the region. Finally, renewables and critical mineral mining projects might result in land conflicts with customary communities. But it doesn't have to be this way. A solution to the situation is economic diversification. What exactly is economic diversification? And how does it contribute to the just energy transition? Economic diversification involves identifying and developing alternative industries to coal. It also includes supporting small and medium-sized businesses and connecting local supply with local demand to strengthen the economy and reduce reliance on foreign markets. Economic diversification is key to achieving justice in the energy transition by mitigating its potential negative impacts, such as job losses and reduced national income. Some coal companies are already anticipating the clean energy future by investing in diversification into non-coal businesses, including renewables and critical minerals for energy transition. But some of these industries don't absorb as many workers as coal. So governments at all levels must step in to support alternative sectors and ensure a just energy transition. In order to achieve a fair transition, we must address several challenges. First, there is a lack of awareness and preparation for the transition. Second, national regulations are inconsistent and vague, discouraging investors from developing renewables. Additionally, local governments face challenges in energy planning due to limited authority, limited budget, and lack of specific policies at the district level. To overcome these challenges, first and foremost, we need to raise awareness of just energy transition so that people have a better understanding of this topic. Potential unemployment should be addressed with reskilling and training programs. For example, in government training centers to support laid-off coal workers and those indirectly affected, including women and informal workers. This will allow coal regions to diversify local economies and create jobs in alternative sectors to ensure the well-being of the community when coal sector jobs decline. In addition, the national government should co-create energy transition projects with local communities and governments. A dedicated financial mechanism can further help coal-reliant regions prepare for the transition. Such support could come from coal companies through investments with a focus on environmental factors, social responsibility, and good governance or ESG, for funding retraining for miners, empowering women's businesses, and improving social infrastructure such as schools and hospitals, among others. Indonesia plans to close all coal plants to reach net zero by 2060. While this might sound far in the future, just transition measures are needed now to ensure that no one is left behind. As coal plants close, we must reskill coal workers, boost new industries, support local businesses, and invest in clean energy. This will create decent jobs and a greener future for all. Now is the time to begin. Coal production has contributed to Indonesia's economic growth for many years, providing revenue, creating jobs, and supporting infrastructure development. But times are changing, and reliance on coal has proven to bring economic and environmental risks. The coal sector has led to the clearing of previously lush forested areas, worsened climate change, and brought negative impacts for the environment and health, including land and air pollution and frequent flooding. Moreover, the loss of biodiversity and failed land rehabilitation after a mine closes also hurts local farmers and fishers. Here's another catch. We also need to avoid reliance on the coal economy, which comes with some risks. Coal prices fluctuate based on global demand. Low prices often lead to pauses in production, resulting in layoffs, business closures, and unemployment. The global transition to cleaner energy will intensify coal price fluctuations and pose a more painful economic blow. So, when will the coal transition happen? At the COP28 Climate Summit in 2023, nearly 200 countries committed to transitioning away from fossil fuels, tripling renewable power capacity, and accelerating just energy transitions. Indonesia has also pledged to reach net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner and to phase out unabated coal power by 2050. The shift away from coal to clean energy is inevitable. Some countries are already ramping up their production of the increasingly affordable renewable electricity. The global coal demand will most likely peak in the mid-2020s. The reduced competitiveness of coal plants will add to the volatility of coal prices. This will affect exporting countries like Indonesia, especially the coal-producing regions like South Sumatra and East Kalimantan. Meanwhile, international support for Indonesia's energy transition has been gaining traction, indicating the global momentum for this shift. The Just Energy Transition Partnership is a commitment from developed nations for Indonesia to mobilize $21.5 billion in funding to facilitate a just transition to clean energy, including provisions for the early retirement of coal power plants. As the transition continues, coal production will be scaled down. This means lower revenues for mining companies and potential job losses for workers across the supply chain, from mining operations to transportation and coal power plants. Without government support, this could have further knock-on effects for local communities. For example, to find new jobs, coal workers and their families might have to relocate. Local businesses, including those in hospitality, catering, and informal sectors, could lose customers as people seek jobs elsewhere. The coal transition will affect men and women differently. Women, who tend to work in the informal sector with fewer social protections, will be particularly vulnerable when coal mines close. In coal-producing provinces, the decline of the coal industry, a significant contributor to regional income, could undermine the government's ability in providing basic services such as integrated health posts, especially crucial for mothers and children. Young people may be affected disproportionately in the long term as job opportunities decline in the region. Finally, renewables and critical mineral mining projects might result in land conflicts with customary communities. But it doesn't have to be this way. A solution to the situation is economic diversification. What exactly is economic diversification? And how does it contribute to the just energy transition? Economic diversification involves identifying and developing alternative industries to coal. It also includes supporting small and medium-sized businesses and connecting local supply with local demand to strengthen the economy and reduce reliance on foreign markets. Economic diversification is key to achieving justice in the energy transition by mitigating its potential negative impacts, such as job losses and reduced national income. Some coal companies are already anticipating the clean energy future by investing in diversification into non-coal businesses, including renewables and critical minerals for energy transition. But some of these industries don't absorb as many workers as coal. So governments at all levels must step in to support alternative sectors and ensure a just energy transition. In order to achieve a fair transition, we must address several challenges. First, there is a lack of awareness and preparation for the transition, discouraging investors from developing renewables. Additionally, local governments face challenges in energy planning due to limited authority, limited budget, and lack of specific policies at the district level. To overcome these challenges, first and foremost, we need to raise awareness of just energy transition so that people have a better understanding of this topic. Skilling and training programs. For example, in government training centers to support laid-off coal workers and those indirectly affected, including women and informal workers. This will allow coal regions to diversify local economies and create jobs in alternative sectors to ensure the well-being of the community when coal sector jobs decline. In addition, the national government should co-create energy transition projects with local communities and governments. A dedicated financial mechanism can further help coal-reliant regions prepare for the transition. Such support could come from coal companies through investments with a focus on environmental factors, social responsibility, and good governance or ESG, for funding retraining for miners, empowering women's businesses, and improving social infrastructure such as schools and hospitals, among others. Indonesia plans to close all coal plants to reach net zero by 2060. While this might sound far in the future, just transition measures are needed now to ensure that no one is left behind. As coal plants close, we must reskill coal workers, boost new industries, support local businesses, and invest in clean energy. This will create decent jobs and a greener future for all. Now is the time to begin. Coal production has contributed to Indonesia's economic growth for many years, providing revenue, creating jobs, and supporting infrastructure development. But times are changing, and reliance on coal has proven to bring economic and environmental risks. The coal sector has led to the clearing of previously lush forested areas, worsened climate change, and brought negative impacts for the environment and health, including land and air pollution. And here's another catch. We also need to avoid reliance on the coal economy, which comes with some risks. Coal prices fluctuate based on global demand. Low prices often lead to pauses in production, resulting in layoffs, business closures, and unemployment. The global transition to cleaner energy will intensify coal price fluctuations and pose a more painful economic blow. So, when will the coal transition happen? At the COP28 Climate Summit in 2023, nearly 200 countries committed to transitioning away from fossil fuels, tripling renewable power capacity, and accelerating just energy transitions. Indonesia has also pledged to reach net zero emissions by 2060 or sooner and to phase out unabated coal power by 2050. The shift away from coal to clean energy is inevitable. Some countries are already ramping up their production of the increasingly affordable renewable electricity. The global coal demand will most likely peak in the mid-2020s. The reduced competitiveness of coal plants will add to the volatility of coal prices. This will affect exporting countries like Indonesia, especially the coal-producing regions like South Sumatra and East Kalimantan. Meanwhile, international support for Indonesia's energy transition has been gaining traction, indicating the global momentum for this shift. The Just Energy Transition Partnership is a commitment from developed nations for Indonesia to mobilize $21.5 billion in funding to facilitate a just transition to clean energy, including provisions for the early retirement of coal power plants. As the transition continues, coal production will be scaled down. This means lower revenues for mining companies and potential job losses for workers across the supply chain, from mining operations to transportation and coal power plants. Without government support, this could have further knock-on effects for local communities. For example, to find new jobs, coal workers and their families might have to relocate. Local businesses, including those in hospitality, catering, and informal sectors, could lose customers as people seek jobs elsewhere. The coal transition will affect men and women differently. Women, who tend to work in the informal sector with fewer social protections, will be particularly vulnerable when coal mines close. In coal-producing provinces, the decline of the coal industry, a significant contributor to regional income, could undermine the government's ability in providing basic services such as integrated health posts, especially crucial for mothers and children. Young people may be affected disproportionately in the long term as job opportunities decline in the region. Finally, renewables and critical mineral mining projects might result in land conflicts with customary communities. But it doesn't have to be this way. A solution to the situation is economic diversification. What exactly is economic diversification? And how does it contribute to the just energy transition? Economic diversification involves identifying and
Well, still good morning. Hello. Yes, so welcome to this final session. Very much we are going to respond to the requests of all of you, and of course we had it in mind, which is to have a more interactive session. And so the idea of this session, if I can have your attention, please. Yes. Yeah, thank you. So the idea of the session, this is a work cafe, and so we will have an engaging thematic session, which is very much on learning from each other, learning from the experiences of each countries. We have received actually the requests from different participants they would like to share, but also to ask more questions to what has been already shared in terms, for instance, of the institutional arrangements, and as well as on the economic transformation, but also how to finance the just transition. And important also the skills and social protection that has been mentioned all across the presentations. So for that purpose, we organize a work cafe. We will have 4 different questions, 4 different themes, and we will have 4 different groups. So one group will be sitting in this part with one flip chart. The second group will be sitting right there on the right side. We will have Mr. Aan from the UNDP that has kindly joined us today for this activity. And then the other 2 groups will be outside, moderated by my colleague Abdul and by my colleague Muche. They don't want to be in the freeze of inside, so they will be outside. So the questions, if I can, the next slide, please. So we have 4 questions, 4 themes to discuss in each of the tables. The first one, which is related to institutional arrangements to manage just transition. We saw the regional consultation forums that were introduced yesterday, but also the colleagues of the Philippines kindly share also their experience that they have with the 4 different pillars, and so it will be also interesting to learn from that. It will be also interesting to hear from the other countries what you have in mind, and important also how we, in these institutional arrangements, and from the perspective of just transition from the ILO, also how we include the workers' organizations, how we include the private sector, how we give, of course, the voice to these participants, but also to other partners. So it is not only about the government arrangement, but also how we include them. I think, again, the colleagues from the Philippines yesterday gave us a clue or a good example on how to make it tripartite. and how to involve in these consultations. Interesting also, for instance, to hear in one of the tables from Vietnam, which is going through institutional reform, so how perhaps that could fall into one of the tables. So the question here in the first table will be, what key policies and institutional mechanisms are needed to ensure a fair and inclusive just transition? So it is very much about policy coordination and about policy coherence, but also, of course, about social dialogue, so the inclusion of partners. The second one, also following the interest of the participants, is on the economic transformation. So this table, the table number 2, will be outside, and it will be moderated by my colleague Muche. So the question here will be, how can industries and businesses be supported to shift towards low carbon and sustainable models while ensuring decent jobs? So I think this is not only about the industries, it's also about territories. Is what are those new sectors, then how they are selected, and what are also, of course, the challenges, but also the opportunities. Then we will have the third one, which is about integrated approaches. The ILO guidelines on just transition propose an integrated policy approach for the just transition. So it is not only about skills. It is not only about active labor market policies. It is not only about social protection. It's actually about a comprehensive approach. So we call it an integrated approach, which involves also the support of micro, small, and medium enterprises, because many of those businesses are affected. They create jobs, they create development, economic growth. So here the question will be, what are the strategies, actions which are needed to equip workers with the right skills and social protection for a just transition? So what are those strategies? What are those policies, programs that are needed? Important, I mean, if you can share from your different perspectives. Of course, when it comes to social protection, I mean, we might think of unemployment benefits, we might think of early retirement, we might think of even any sort of unemployment benefit combined with reskilling. But we might also think of support for micro, small, and medium enterprises. Though not necessarily fitting into the social protection, but measures to cushion the shock of the transition. And finally, moderated by Mr. An here inside, we will have the group number 4, which is financing just transition. So what are the innovative financing mechanisms that can be leveraged to fund a just transition effectively? Of course, resources are needed. Resources will be needed by micro, small, and medium enterprises. So, for instance, the green financing for small and medium enterprises is important. So, is there any fund? Who manages the fund? What are the examples? How the loans are set? What is the minimum? What is the range? Is it different between the capital city and the provinces? Is it by sector? Is it organized by the Ministries of Agriculture? Is it organized by the Ministries of Commerce or the respective unit in charge of small and micro enterprises? It will be interesting to hear from you, I mean, the experiences and to share them. And then, of course, regulations to the financial sector. So financial sectors, when it comes to regulations, it is also about incentives, how to create incentives so that actually financing goes through, for instance, the use of renewable energies, the use of energy efficiency in the micro, small, and medium enterprises, but also, for instance, the adoption of circular economy, production methods, as well as the waste management. So just some ideas to trigger the discussion. So how we will have the 4 groups, we will have 4 moderators. Each moderator will ask some of you to be the rapporteur. So the rapporteur will be one of you who will be staying with the moderator. We will take note, and at the end of the activity this afternoon, so we will have the rapporteur mentioning what are the key points that were discussed. I mean, I know that there will be many aspects, many topics, examples, practices discussed, but we are going to extract the key ones at the end of the session this afternoon with each of the reporters. How much time are we going to stay? So the World Café, the essence is to rotate. So we will rotate, we will start, the different groups will start in one of the groups. Now I will assign how, but every 40 minutes we will rotate. So then each of you can get the wealth of knowledge and the good experiences of the different tables. And can also share in the different topics. So the idea is that you can go through the 4 different groups, get, but also give. So 40 minutes, we will have a first session before lunch. Then we will move towards lunch. And then when we will come out, back in the afternoon, we'll have 3 additional sessions. Each session will last 40 minutes. So we will, after this introduction, we will have a 40-minute session. Then we will go to lunch, and then in the afternoon we will have the 3 additional sessions. Yes, Muche, please. Okay. Perhaps we can short the first session, but still do the first session before lunch. Yes, let's shorten the first session. The whole. We can do half an hour per session. Yes, so we will leave this half an hour session. We'll try to make it in 25 minutes, but we will leave 30 minutes for the first session before lunch. Then we will have 3 sessions of 30 minutes each after lunch. So that means 1 hour and a half, roughly. Then we will have the closure, and we will have also the wrap-up of the event. I don't know if in terms of who goes to which table. So I will ask colleagues to number yourselves, not the moderators though, to number yourself from 1 to 4. Starting here with the colleague. So from to the 1 to 4, and then the numbers 1s will go to the table 1, the 2s to the table 2, the 3 to the number 3, and the 4 to the number 4. So here we have 2, 3. So 1. 4. Two. The colleagues. 3. Okay. So please remember the numbers. So the number 1 on institutional arrangements will stay here. So we can put the number 1 here. Esta es la 1 y esa es la 4. Esa es la 4 y afuera la 2 y la 3. Yes. So please, you were the number 1. Yes, 1. Yes, so the number 1s will stay here. The number 2 and 3 will go respectively to the number 3 and 2 outside. And the numbers 4 are invited here with Mr. An from the UNDP. Stay with here, number 1. Yeah, if you want to
Number
bring chairs. Excuse me?
4? Number 4?
Number 4 is there.
Oh,
Yeah. And you are number one, I guess. Yes. Yeah. Welcome here. Then we will rotate half an hour in each group. Yes. Yes.
Oh, bisa, oke.
I think we can.
Ya? Oke. Oke, udah sampai sini aja. Sip, thank you ya.
Penerjemahnya diperluin di meja yang mana?
I would like to invite one of you, whoever wants, to be the reporter to help me later on. Stay with me and mention, basically read the points.
I only get the other lunch, that's why.
Sorry?
I'll the lunch, I must go. I must leave.
Okay.
That's why. I cannot be a reporter. Sorry.
Anyone?
So how many person?
5. We will be 5, 6. So we will need, perhaps I can choose the reporter later on from the next.
Yeah,
so
we will let you know.
Yeah. So let's start. The question here. Excuse me. Can we put the question? Can we put the slide? The slide with the questions. Slide with the questions. So here the question is on institutional arrangements and coordination. So how the just transition is being coordinated at the government level, and how the workers and the private sector are included. So we would like to hear from your experiences, whether it's something that is in design, is something that is already arranged. In some countries, sometimes it is by law, actually. So there is a law that says just transition. In some countries, there is by law, but in some countries, it's more informal. In some other countries, this will come out from the NDCs, the nationally determined contribution, and it will be actually, I do a commercial now. It will be interesting to bring these discussions into the discussion of the nationally determined contribution in each of the countries. So, I would like to hear from your side, how is in your respective countries? Is it something that is being thought? Is it something that is being managed by the Ministry of Environment? Or is it environment together with energy? Is the Ministry of Labor involved? Are the unions involved? Is also the employers, the private sector involved? I don't know who would like to start and share or your ideas. I'll be taking notes of the key points.
So, because I'm Indonesian and I'm a host in this country, so
yes, please.
I'll explain about the condition of Indonesia. So, if we talk about the GSS, so first let me introduce myself to you. My name is Sigit Winidarto, and I'm part of consortium. I work for the Yayasan Mitra Ijo. We are the CANI, the Climate Action Network. We work with the ILO and GIZ to do this project in Indonesia. And if we talk about the Indonesian idea of the just energy transition, most of all, we have already developed the strategy and the plan, but in reality, it is very far, very far, because this is the reality in Indonesia that there's too many ministries that are involved and not involved. So here currently the just energy transition is under not the Bapenas, it is under the Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs. Just recently, it's only a couple months. Not under the Bapenas, not under the Ministry of Energy, but under the Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs. There are one minister, deputy minister who are responsible for the energy transition, not just energy transition, but energy transition. So in this energy transition, previously it is the ministry, according to the Ministry of the investment and COSO that are responsible for this energy transition. But because this ministry was disbanded, no more exists. So this energy transition was brought to the new ministry, not new ministry, but the new task of the current ministry that working in energy and economy. So for us as a NGO, it is good because we can directly work together that can link between the economic and energy transition. And under this energy transition, after the JET is under that. The JET initiative and everything now is under the Ministry of Economic Affairs. But I don't see any of this ministry coming yesterday and now. But again, that if we need to do the key policies on institutional mechanism. So in Indonesia is still very fluid because on the other hand, government want to do the energy transition, but on the left hand, they still want to develop coal. Because currently, 10 of our ministers are coming from coal.
I'm coming from?
Coal industries. 10 of 10% from our ministers and vice ministers are coming from the coal industry.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Would you do that? Did you tell me about that?
No, I was not.
Okay. It's very heavy. Currently, the work of the energy transition is very heavy because coal is still there, and then the current president, and current cabinet was supported by the coal industries. Very heavy. When they rally for the presidential campaigns, they was paid by the coal companies. So it is very heavy on that. That's why then, for us, the just energy something must do. But this current government, they are still, currently they are still develop new, and then they give new, new permit for the new coal mines. Many.
But I have a question. I mean, coming back to the coordination, the Ministry of Economy has any sort of...
No coordination yet. No coordination yet until now. Until now, yeah.
Interministerial, there is no coordination.
Yeah. Until now, I still didn't hear that. But of course, soon they must make a coordination, between the energy transition and then the coal industries in here. But until now, there's no industries, and this new also want to develop what so called the new products of coal. So they want to develop the DME, dimethyl ether. So the coal mines will be still there, but will be used for the DME, dimethyl ether. You know the DME, right?
No.
Okay. The DME is gas.
Gas.
Yeah. So the coals will not only be used for the power generation, but also for the DME. They produce it for the dimethyl ether to replace the household gas. So the coal will be still there. So I think this current government also need then to revisit all of the strategy and plan on the just transition, because currently they are not doing just transition. Instead, they developing new coal mines and new technology that are supporting the coal mines.
But I have another question is how the workers are included or community. So there is no coordination mechanism among ministries yet.
Yeah.
But are workers, private sector involved, or only the regional experiences of the regional coordination forums?
I think this forum is very good, it's very new, but before there's no coordination at all.
There is something equivalent to the forum at the national level?
No.
Do you think it's needed, like at the national level, to have a representative, or because of the complexity of decentralization and the difference?
It is very complex. Just yesterday, our stock market were plunged. So -7 yesterday, just yesterday. It is because the president said we must go to develop more and more coal and everything. So yeah.
So the coordination mechanism, in your opinion, should be at the regional level?
No, should be in the national level.
At the national,
There
should be
must
one.
be from the national level, and then goes to the regional level. But if until now there is no coordination from the national level, we from the NGO must push it from the regional. So actually, this is we only have this choice.
Is it good to start the policy from the top down, policy from the governments, and apply to every ministry, and the coordination will come up later?
We still don't know, because this is very new government that currently is. They are very militaristic government, very military, and our president currently is ex-general. And then he brought many army and everything into the government.
So thank you very much for sharing the experience of Indonesia. It would be good to hear perhaps from Mongolia.
Don't only hear the good things. We have bad news a lot.
No, I think it's good to share. And, I don't know, perhaps from the Mongolia side, if there is something that is in the discussion about the because Mongolia, the energy sector is very important in the economy.
No, I mean, so actually, the Mongolia, we have like, our population is really small, but half of the population lives in the capital city. And then, but very like limited area, there is the border area people is, burning coal for the heat. But, so we are not able to expand and develop our infrastructure at this time. But we have a lot of the huge potential for the wind and solar, renewable energy. And then, actually, the Ministry of Energy is in charge, they're responsible for the renewable energy. But on the other side, the Ministry of the Economic and Development, they are, in charge have a responsible for finding the huge investment and then also find the financial thing. But the coordination is, not clear. Still, they find
What about Ministry of Labor? for the workforce, for the social protection? Is it is also
The labor, يبدأ بوجودها شو تمني من ما But you know, we have for the renewable energy, we also Mongolia are facing the lack of the workforce because it's now it's more getting new, and then we need like skilled professionals, like skilled workers from the other countries. So, but the Ministry of Labor, they are working on the policy from, how to say, it's getting the workforce from the other country.
work mobility?
Yes.
From other countries?
Yes,
Migrant workers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Migrant workers.
Yeah, so the lack of, so you think that is because the need for skills was not foreseen in the past, and because they were not foreseen and incorporated into the policy, so now the policymakers are facing the challenge of the lack of skilled workforce
For the renewable.
for the new
energy.
renewable.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll put like the yeah, the need for for a skilled workforce was not foreseen. Please, if you have another opinion, it's an open discussion.
I think we have, you come from?
Mongolia.
Mongolia, and then China. Thailand. And Thailand. Philippines. Okay, so maybe only the Mongolia that has a similar condition with us. Because Philippines and then Thailand and then also Thailand, they bought coal from Indonesia. So Indonesia has a very specific condition that currently compared to Mongolia, for example, you have only 1.8 gigawatt, right?
1.2.
1.8. We have 60. 60. So we have almost 35 times to your grid, to your power generation system. So for you, it is still very easy to change the coal to other forms of renewable energy. For example, in the gobi, and then you can put everything, or you can put the solar. I'm working a lot with the Mongolia government for 2 years, the past 2 years, with OGI.
OGI?
Yes, I work with OGI. Yes, and GCM, Joint Grading Mechanism. So here, Indonesia has very specific condition, because if you talk about Indonesia, we have 13,600 islands. That every island have different grid connected. Yeah. We only have super grid Java, Madura, Bali, and Sumatra. We have super grid. Others, we have island grids of electricity. Yeah. Currently, we have about 117 grids in Indonesia. So, for us, the dependency of the fossil fuel sometimes is very high because of this. We cannot connect it between renewable energy resources with the demand.
Right.
The undersea connection.
The demand.
I mean, coming back to the aspect of institutional arrangement, I have a question on your countries. Like for instance, in the case of the Philippines, there is a climate change act, or is it act, right?
No, it's not the Philippines. We have.
It's climate change every month.
Sorry? Yeah, no, I know it's the Climate Change Act, but that is being discussed. But in the Philippines was adopted actually a couple of years ago. But I don't know what is the name. I forgot the name of the law.
Clean Air Act.
Clean Air Act. And so
we do have also one. Actually, the government also adopted that green policy. Green development policy.
And
so which is also focusing on the clean air, and then.
And these policies do include just transition, do include that the workforce will be affected and they need measures. I mean, is that the case in like for instance in the Clean Air Act or in the discussed Climate Change Act, or in the Green Development Policy? Do they include the aspect of just transition? Because that could be also an entry point for the coordination. Because if it is included in the law, and the law says coordination mechanism has to be set by the government, led by the Ministry, for instance, of Environment, is a question. Is that the case in your respective countries, or do you think that should be included? We know in Thailand is one of the aspects that is being discussed actually.
In Thailand, they have TGO, very strong. The Thailand Greenhouse Gas Office, it is very strong in Thailand. And then they also have, I know that because I came from the climate change carbon market side. So the TGO has a very strong position in Thailand, and it is directly under the king, not the prime minister. We don't have it now in Indonesia. Before we have.
Sorry, you wanted to mention?
Existence of the Clean Air Act was way before the just energy transition, so it was already accounted that the hiring of the pollution officers was already there. Yeah. So what was the mandate of our government was to implement a renewable proposal.
Okay, it's from Energy Ministry.
35% target by 2030.
Which percentage?
Our project
On the
is from the
generation
Ministry of
mix,
Energy.
the Philippines.
Okay.
So the distribution utilities will have to reach the 35% in the energy mix. So we promote programs in order for them to achieve it, such the Green Energy Auction Program.
And those programs are coordinated by?
Within the private sectors and the government.
Okay.
Yeah, the auction itself.
In the private sector, there is any coordination mechanism?
There are developers, the one who are handled by the energy contract.
Okay.
And then through the contracts, we have required them to conduct IECs to the communities to be affected. So way before they are being addressed, way before.
Yes, very high. The first person.
Sorry, Kuntanapa, you wanted to say something?
Yes, okay. I can share.
Yeah.
Climate Change Act is not under the Ministry of Labor, it's under the Ministry of Mineral Resources, and you can have more information from Kunema, but as I can say, it's partially covered the just transition, but not entire just transition. It's not the just transition agenda or national work plan. So we are like on the other hand, other country might lack of coordination. We have plenty of coordination, but lack of the national work plan. So we can the working culture of our government. We are work independently, so we oversee the mission under our ministry, under ministry mission. So like as I want to mention is the just transition is a bigger picture than this beyond the one ministry hand. So the Ministry of Labor can only focus to train or to prevent the job loss or social protection to get aligned with the ILO constitution or recommendation or convention, whatever. But for the mineral resources, it's under the Ministry of Mineral Resource and Environment. So we independently work. So it's hard to get together all of the ministry and create a national agenda. Yes, we have already mentioned a lot of the just transition, green energy, or what likewise. We have intentionally talk about the just transition in overall aspect. So we need a concrete plan on this, but we can.
A concrete plan on just transition would be needed. Sorry.
Yes, we can.
BG stands for the biocircular green, yeah, economy, yeah, based on the BCG model. It integrates just transition principle.
This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend, the end of our elaborate plans, the end of everything that stands, the end, no safety. This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend, the end of our elaborate plans, the end of everything that stands, the end. No safety or surprise, the end. I'll never look into your eyes again. Can you picture what will be? So limitless and free, desperately in need of some stranger's hand in a desperate land. This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend. The end of our elaborate plans. The end of everything that stands. The end. No safety or surprise, the end. I'll never look into your eyes again. Can you picture what will be? So limitless and free, desperately in need This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend. The end of our elaborate plans. The end of everything that stands. The end. No safety or surprise, the end. I'll never look into your eyes again. Can you picture what will be so limitless and free? Desperately in need of some stranger's hand in a desperate land. This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend. The end of our elaborate plans. The end of everything that stands. The end. No safety or surprise, the end. I'll never look into your eyes again. Can you picture what will be? So limitless and free, desperately in need of some stranger's hand in a desperate land. Lost in a romance, wilderness of pain, and all the children are insane. All the children are insane. This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend. The end of our elaborate plans. The end of everything that stands. The end, no safety or surprise. The end, I'll never look into your eyes again. Can you picture what will be? So limitless and free, desperately in need of some stranger's hand in a desperate land. Lost in a romance, wilderness of pain, and all the children are insane. All the children are insane. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, baby. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let you get. Come on. Yeah. All right.
what they mean for specific stakeholders. So different stakeholders have different interests in the just energy transition, and so that was also highlighted. And then the national tripartite institutional mechanisms, in which there in some countries exist, but the just transition needs to be discussed and included in the agenda. Again, a call for capacity building for participants to be able to meaningfully contribute in these coordination mechanisms. And it was actually suggested by the colleagues from Mongolia that the coordination should be at the highest level of the government, either at the level of prime minister or president. I mean, indeed, because it is about coordinating different ministries. And well, I mean, this was already mentioned, and it has to do with the tripartism, since indeed the decisions of the coordination mechanisms have an impact on employers and workers. Therefore, the importance to participate in these mechanisms for them. And important also to avoid the redundancy in the coordination. So I think this was repeated. So in some cases you don't have coordination, and in some cases you have too much coordination without a strategic view, overlapping coordination, and that is important to avoid. I think these are the main points. Also, I think the last point is that institutional arrangements and coordination mechanisms have to respond to characteristics and needs of each country. And this was mentioned repeatedly. In some countries, it is from the center to the periphery, to the regions, while in other cases, you have, like for instance, regional consultation forums at the regional level, and perhaps there will be the need for a national coordination. So this is my 3 minutes. I'll give the floor to the group number 2. The rapporteur of the group number 2, but perhaps abandon it. No. Yes. So while the number 2 comes, so we can. Who is the rapporteur of number 3? Yes, perfect. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, hello. Okay, so this is the report of the number of group 3, but of course the work and contribution of everybody. So there are 2 topics: the right skills, equipping workers with the right skills, and providing social protection. So I hope I can do that in 3 minutes. So when we say right skills for workers, we should remember inclusiveness, or we should include all vulnerable sectors: women, indigenous with disabilities, young, aging population, and even the population who are not part of schools or the labor force. So there needs to be awareness raising in the community that will be affected by the transition. And in this awareness raising, different approaches must be considered. So there must be campaign, education, training, and there must be bridging of all perspectives, not just the perspective of one sector, but everyone has to learn the perspectives of others. And it's very important also to do skills mapping, even the mapping of the livelihoods and the jobs being done, and knowing the dimension of social capital, the local cultures, customs, beliefs, the local knowledge must be integrated. And to be able to do a tailored made or tailor-fit trainings to different groups and sectors that are, these trainings must be accessible. So trainings could be done in several levels, through the formal education, through vocational, and of course, this has to be done through a collaboration of different groups. Of course, with the leadership of the government, partnering with institutions, private sector, CSOs, trade unions. And it's very important also to set a timeline for this, and identifying the resources, putting the resources for this training, and developing the pool of trainers to have a continuing process of training more and more workers and communities with the right skills. And knowledge management is also important to be able to capture the best practices and lessons. For social protection, there were many things identified that should be included in social protection, like health, employment, calamity, job loss, pension, income support, incentives for green skills, and assistance for the informal and the aging population, not part of the workforce or the labor force. And to be able to do this, have to shoulder all the burden to be able to do this. So there needs to be a collaboration of everyone, of all sectors. There needs to be a clear policy. Yeah, a clear policy for this. And develop the clear roadmap to be able to do this, and establishing institutions or institutional arrangements that could support the implementation of this process. So in all these things, it must be noted that the framework of inclusivity, gender responsiveness, social dialogue, and subsidiarity are very important to be able to provide these skills, right skilling, and social protection for all for just transition. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for, yes.
About the social dialogue. Social dialogue. I think the visitors also accentuates that the social dialogue should regularly meet after developing the clear roadmap, and then the social dialogue should be regularly meet. And of course, one thing that the good thing is that it is time to focus on the future regarding there is offshore wind technology. This is according to Madam of Energy of the Philippines. Offshore wind technology, I think she thinks that it is needed to be taught, to be socialized, so that everyone will see that the just energy is not only for the current issues, but also for the future information for the future generation also. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Abdul. Thank you. Thank you. Big applause to the group number 3. So now we'll go to the number 2, the rapporteur of number 2. Who is, you are? Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. I hope everyone is still in spirit to pay attention for my 3 minutes. In short, my name is Dennis. I represent group number 2. We are assigned in the topic of economic transformation or diversification, and the question is, how can the industries and businesses be supported to shift towards the low carbon and sustainable models while also ensuring the decent jobs? So in regards to what we already point out here, we also see that it is aligned with what the previous group has already mentioned about the skills, but because we also mention it here. So maybe first and foremost, the point is economic diversification needs to be a national discussion, and it should be aligned with what the national development agenda, but we have to identify in the regional level what is the industrial strength and the potential that the local or regional level have that could be further expanded, as well as we also gain insights from our friend from Thailand and Philippines, that the sector that is prospective enough to be to be the target of economic diversification should have huge potential or huge contribution to the national GDP. For example, our friend from Philippines mentioned that 21% of their national GDP contributed from the public procurement. So that is one example that area can also be persuaded to align with the green principles as well as the decent jobs. And for Indonesia, our idea is the agriculture and cattle farming also is the potential sectors to be prioritized at coal regions, but still the adjustment or the behavioral change and then the economic change systematically needs time. So that's gonna be a lot of work if the local area does not really know the agriculture firsthand. So other point that also mentioned in this in the discussion is to see what is the skills already available in hand and the training programs that are needed. So we thought that transferable or knowledge skills can be enabled in this regard. And also the another point which came from the last group in our table, we need to classify the big businesses and also the small businesses to see the scale because they have different potential, they have different access, and it needs different treatment. For example, for the SMEs, we need to develop them more. They need more capacity building, they need more access to fundings, and the value chain needs to be addressed carefully to ensure that the market for the economic sector that they thrive is sustainable. And move on to the scaling part. In regards to the economic transformation, the government needs to support for it to be integrated in the new sectors or within the sectors. Sorry, I'm jumping points, so yeah. And from the business side, the big scale or maybe the small scale, they can be given incentives. One is the example from our Mongolian friend. They have tax holiday for businesses that transform to renewable energy technology. And one interesting thing in the Philippines that they also have 100% they allow 100% of foreign ownership of renewable energy industry in the Philippines, which are not common in Indonesia. So we also see that taking into account the geographic conditions between countries in ASEAN or Southeast Asia, it's important because for Mongolian case, they are landlocked with China and Russia. So they think that it needs to be addressed with diplomatic approach, different with another archipelagic countries that have more opportunities because they have land, they also have the waters. So I think that, I hope that sums up in the table to discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much to group number 2. And now we'll go to the final group, group number 4. You want to bring, you have it there, Punema? Please.
It's on my phone. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, before I'm keeping you here before your dinner time. My name is Emma. I'm a representative of the Department of Climate Change and Environment of Thailand. And on behalf of Group 4, we discussed about financing just transition, and here are some key takeaways after our discussions. The summary of financing sources has been discussed as like state budgets, CSR, grant, just more than loans, which can affect energy price. Also, it's unclear who will finance the just transition. This should be decided through social dialogue, but it's clear who shouldn't pay for it. Poor working households, it's not just resort into high energy price. Indigenous people should not pay for the just transitions. Fossil fuel workers and surrounding communities should not be left behind. Also, the government should come within the risks are too high for the market. The anchor investor that come in the first phase of the project, it should have a more active role and not leave the transition to the markets alone. Also, the best practice has been shared is the case for my country, Thailand. We are in the phase of developing our draft of climate change act, including 4 carbon pricing instruments. The first one is emission trading scheme compared to European and American scheme. And also we have carbon tax, CBAM, which means carbon border adjustment mechanism. And then lastly, it could be carbon market. Yeah, these mechanisms will allow the diversified have domestic source and stop relying on international sources. We also need a taxonomy, which is a guideline for investors to accelerate the domestic investment for the relevant stakeholders in specific sectors. We also should bring private companies on board, make them aware that they are too will benefit from the just transitions as well. In this case, the government also needs to invest in communications campaigns. Financing alone is not enough. Awareness raising needs to go together with available programs. Otherwise, people don't know about them and how to access them, and they don't feel benefits from them. More funds need to be allocated to bridge the information and the coordination gap between different government sectors and different levels, etc. We also discussed about green financing is very popular, but we often forgot about the social aspect. We also have mentions about transitional bonds could be the tools to drive the just transition into the economy. Mapping the projects proposed is needed to implement with different funding. Micro and small SME need accessible information on financing support. So it is necessary to eliminate this barrier. The involvement of Ministry of Finance and Trade on just transition right now is no leading agency that involve just transition to bring to the table as a national agenda. Okay, and the next one is capacity building for our stakeholders is needed. Continuous and from international support on international agency in terms of just transition. The fund also could be allocated for worker, for upskill, reskill, for example, scholarship or incentives. The government and the company should be partner and co-fund to this kind of training program as well. And we also need a crystal clear on financial roadmap for just transitions by tripartite and constitutions. The last thing I would say, just energy transition funding should not be only the labor issue. We would suggest that it should be allocated funding for social issue as well. This is all for our group discussion for now. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you to the group number 4. Yeah, thank you to all of you. I think I won't summarize again the points. I think it has been already clearly said by the colleagues. However, before giving the floor to my colleague Ananda and my colleague Diego Rey for the final closure, I just wanted to highlight a couple of points of the 2 days. Well, I think it's clear that there is an urgent call for the energy transition policies to include the social dimension, and to reduce the negative impact that the transition might have on the workers, but also on the small and medium enterprises. The good news is that countries are already taking action. That was shown during the presentation during the first day. Of course, these policies and these institutional arrangements that the countries are implementing are responding to the needs of each country, of the characteristics and the priorities. There is also an importance of including in the planning of these strategies the social dialogue. I think there was, is our DNA as ILO, but it is also the essence of this event. To bring the representatives of the workers, the representatives of the private sector, and the policymakers. And important also to mention that in the policymakers is not only the Ministry of Labor, other ministries that also play a very important role, environment and energy planning. And then on the aspect of the skills and the session that we had, skills and reskilling, the speakers took us through the key points, such as, for instance, the importance of forecasting in the planning, as well as in shaping the qualification frameworks, but also the importance of including and having a dialogue with the private sector in identifying those skills. Of course, many good practices. I won't enter into concrete examples. You already saw them. I think what was shared by the joint declaration from the Philippines between the workers and the employers on just transition is a good example. But we had also the representatives from the workers from Indonesia taking us through the position paper on just transition. There is, of course, a value added in sharing these good practices and the knowledge. I think there was a lot of interest in the discussions. There was actually, in some of the tables, we were missing time to continue the discussions. So we will be identifying also some other topics that might be of the interest, pressing interest and for the policymakers, workers, employers. And and finally, there was a call on the capacity building, which indeed is needed. and to continue raising awareness in terms of the just transition, but also on how this concretely can be actionable. So yeah, that's as we will move forward, it's essential to translate these discussions, these dialogues that we are having into meaningful policies and also collaborative actions. I think, with some of you, we have had some informal conversations on what can be next steps at the country level, or also continue the exchange at the regional one. And so, let us continue working together in this area. Finally, from my side, I really would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants, and all of you took time from your work, from your busy agendas, and also, long travels that you did from like Ulaanbaatar, Bangkok, Hanoi, Manila. I hope that Jakarta welcomed you warmly, as always it does. So to my colleagues, to my ILO colleagues also, thank you very much for the dedication, for the contribution, for the efforts which have been, very, very important. And safe travels to all the participants. I'll give the floor to Mrs. Ananda and then to Mr. Diego Rey at the end for the final closure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Freddy, for this very good summary of the event. On my side, I would just like to thank you again all for coming. It's been a pleasure. During these 2 days, we got to learn from challenges, from initiatives. We got to exchange ideas and to learn from a practical example this morning, but also from each other and really to get to know each other, which somehow, it's a mystery to me, but there is a human element that online events still can't replace, right? So I hope we can continue collaborating together online in the future, but at least now we know that we are together, and I think it's clear that the just energy transition is not easy, right? Like it's a great challenge that we all share. But if it was easy, we wouldn't be here, right? We wouldn't have created this community of practice. So I think this is a space to support each other. I think together we are stronger. And I think the next steps now, as Freddy said, is to translate all these ideas that we shared, all these lessons into real practice, right? Real actions. And this is why we are here. The ILO stands ready to support you on this, so don't hesitate to reach out to us, to Freddy and to me, if you need specific support on any issue, because this is why we are here. And finally, I just want to thank all my colleagues, Freddy, Ben, Carolina, if she's online, but also Dea, Muche, Dede, Hika, and Diego here. They're been really great. And let's just keep in touch, because this is not a standalone event. We will continue meeting online, and really I hope that together we can make real progress in the just energy transition in Asia. Thank you. And before giving the floor to Diego, I would just like to ask you 5 minutes to fill this satisfaction survey, because for us it's really important to know what is useful for you, and that this is our final objective, and this is our way to verify we are doing right. So please, I will distribute this, and I would really appreciate your participation.
For Indonesia, will be translated, will be interpreted by interpreters. Okay. Untuk yang Indonesia akan diterjemahkan ya? Untuk yang Indonesia akan diterjemahkan ya, Pak? Udah dapat. Bakit ko dito sinagot ito? Ano ba? For question 5. Sabihin ko nga, kasi ito na i-report ko kay ano. Itong format na ito. I-format na ito yung report natin kay Miss ILO